$25 for a breakfast burrito. Imagine eating all those eggs in this economy. Flexing that egg wealth. How do I find the perfect amount of sleep required for me when I feel the same no matter the sleep and I sleep well? You know, you might just be one of those lucky few that live that way. Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. Welcome back. When we're hungry, it's much easier to get mad. Oh, of course. They made a whole series of Snickers commercials about it. You're not you when you're hungry. Here, have a candy bar. The people who need very little sleep. A woman from Miami, a retired psychologist, a short sleeper, says she only needs about 4 hours of sleep a night. They don't feel lethargic. They don't sleep in. So they did a study where they compared her genes to family members' genes who weren't able to be short sleepers, people who had to sleep a regular amount of sleep, and they found a gene mutation. So they're more efficient sleepers, and you know, couldn't be me. Couldn't be me. I'm like a cat. I need a solid 18 hours of sleep a day. How much do cats sleep a day? Cats sleep like 18 hours a day. Kittens can sleep up to 20 hours a day. On average, cats sleep about 15 hours a day. Found out that in the Middle Ages we used to take 2 sleeps a day. You know, I could work with that. I could work with that. Oh, this reminds me. Cinder's out in the backyard, and it's supposed to rain today. So I need to make sure I let her in before it starts raining. Doesn't look like it's raining yet. I wonder if she's ready to come in. I don't let the other cats outside, but I'll let Syndra outside because she's good about not leaving the yard. She just goes around the backyard. Who knows what she does. Alright, it's not supposed to start raining until like 4 p.m., so I think we're okay. She's fine. For me personally, what I've found for sleep is that it's the best for me whenever I get either 6 or 9 hours of sleep. Your brain, for most people, your brain sleep cycle, you know, it works in like 3-hour intervals. So if you wake up at one of those intervals, you'll be in a more wakeful state. You won't be waking from a like much deeper sleep. I might even start meditating soon. Oh yeah, do it. The sooner you start practicing, the sooner you can get good at it. So how are we doing today, everybody? Like me, it's an overcast, cloudy day. It's supposed to rain later. I baked some banana bread. Suddenly feeling good about myself. Make a mental bookmark of that feeling. If you're feeling good, point it out to yourself. Right now I'm just finishing my lunch. Hope you don't mind if I eat in front of you. Take some questions today, so if you've got questions, check out the question drop box, or feel free to drop them in the chat here. Keep streaming as long as there's questions. No questions? Well, I guess I'll play hooky. I'll take the day off. Just want to be kidnapped by a rich lesbian. It's the American dream. You know, I'm over here and I'm looking on this Science Daily, and I was just looking at some of these stories they were posting, and I saw this one and I was like, okay, interesting. Waking up is not stressful, study finds. When you get stressed, it's due to a hormone in the body called cortisol. Cortisol is the stress hormone. And what they're saying here is that waking up does not activate an increase in the release of cortisol. Cortisol does, however, increase in the hours prior to awakening as part, so it's getting ready to wake up and it's releasing cortisol to help to get you to wake up, but it's not the act of waking up. This is why academia frustrates me. This is why academia is frustrating to me, because it's like it's giving your body a bunch of cortisol to help like rouse you from sleep and to help get you going, because a little bit of stress, you know, can be very motivating, and it doesn't necessarily feel stressful. So apparently they used to think that you got cortisol as the result of waking up, but now what they've realized is that cortisol increases in your body up until the point that you wake up. It's like, okay. Like, all right. Not much of a difference if you ask me, but I guess, okay, cool. So it's not the actual waking up itself that releases the cortisol, it's just your brain getting you ready to wake up. So it's a pre-wake up. Okay. Huh. Don't feel stressed for the 3 microseconds between waking up and becoming conscious, then it sets in suddenly, right? And I feel like a lot of people can relate to that. Try to make that moment last as long as you can. Well, what if you're woken up from a loud noise suddenly? Ah, alright. Good question. That's when adrenaline comes into play. Whenever your body really needs you to get up and go, right now, that's when adrenaline comes into play. And so your body might release adrenaline as a result of hearing a loud noise, just as a way to prepare you to respond to whatever it is that's making that racket. Who knows? It could be something dangerous. Gotta protect ourselves. Just looking at some of these articles, I'm like, what's going on in the mental health world? Adults diagnosed with ADHD may have reduced life expectancies. Now, is that because of the ADHD or is it because of stress? If you were to ask me, I would say that stress is what shortens your life. And if the ADHD is stressful to you, then stress is your problem. Do you think ADHD has always existed? Do you think that ADHD existed before the conception of capitalism? Me personally, I believe that in many ways ADHD and the rise of ADHD diagnoses is a direct result of living in a capitalistic system. Having to live in a capitalistic system puts you into a position where you are obligated to have to pay attention to stuff that you just might not care about. It's just not that interesting to you. It's just not that stimulating. But it keeps you fed, it pays your bills, keeps a roof over your head, and so you power through it. But then what happens is you're just going through the motions, and you're finding yourself distractible. You're craving variety. Also, I feel like it wouldn't be as much of a problem if people felt that their labor was fairly compensated. You would have people who were much more willing to sit down and, just grind out mindless labor all day if it meant that they were adequately compensated. If they didn't feel like most of their money was going to, their landlord or their boss. If you're having to do a behavior, but the reward just isn't fulfilling enough, you're gonna have a hard time adhering to it. You're gonna have a hard time really dialing it in. Was anybody else talking about this? Hold on, let's go back. Let's search up Attention deficit disorder, the anti-capitalist condition. ADHD is teaching me parenting and capitalism. This is on LinkedIn. I don't know what they're doing on LinkedIn, but I try to stay away from that website. I try to stay away from LinkedIn. Bunch of weirdos on there. ADHD as entrepreneurial neurodivergence. Mental illness and the ableism of capitalism. The real reason why everyone seems to have ADHD these days. What does Psychology Today have to say? Is capitalism making us sick? Oh, yeah. It's not making us feel all that good, buddy. So what is the real according to Psychology Today, what's the real reason that everyone has ADHD today? Okay, so they talk about executive functioning, which is... Executive functioning is what an advanced brain can do. And human beings have advanced brains. We have a neocortex. It's that outer, wrinkly layer of the brain. It's where we have our higher thought processes, and it's where we engage in our executive functioning. They call it executive functioning because capitalists designed the system, and so they named it after a business thing. Think about an executive at a company. What is the function of an executive within a company? So they call it executive functioning because it's basically the boss. It's basically the one who's like, all right, what are we doing here? What do we need to get done? The one that bosses everything else around. It's your executive functioning. So, okay, so we recognize that it's... So, okay. I'm gonna spare you from reading more of this article, so we kind of just get the gist of it. Basically, they're just what they're saying here, the reason why everyone seems to have ADHD is because we live in a society that rewards people who have higher executive functioning. I don't like this approach. I think they're looking at it backwards. I think they're looking at it backwards. I do think that it's a societal problem, but I don't think it's because society rewards overachievers. I think it's because a lot of people are just feeling dissatisfied at having to participate in a system that they feel powerless in, and they feel no other option but to participate in it, and they can see just how damaging and soul-crushing it is. Like, just think about it. How many of us had a say? How many of us got to choose? Did you choose to be born? Did you choose to be born under capitalism? Did you sign up for a life of fruitless labor? No? Well, neither did I. Many people feel held captive by the institutions that we exist in. And they're feeling understandably frustrated. And I feel like this rise of ADHD is just a symptom of that rise of frustration. I've only got so many hours in a day, and I want to spend some of them doing stuff that brings me joy, but that doesn't pay my bills. That doesn't help me, make money. Anyway. Is this what you were just looking at? Yeah, this article that you posted it links to that other one that we were looking at. We were looking at the actual study. This is an article that summarizes the study, but yeah, this is it. It just came out. Is capitalism making us sick? Now let's see what they say. The provocative book. I like the idea that it's provocative to recognize that capitalism is what has enabled the mental health crisis. I really find it interesting that that's labeled as provocative instead of, oh, that I should have known that sooner. I should have recognized this earlier. Oh, so this is just like an interview with the guy that wrote the book. Yeah, I don't think that people are doing well under capitalism, because under capitalism, most people are not viewed as people. They are viewed as a resource. I think that we need to stop making people feel like them being sick is their fault or their problem. Because I feel like that's what a lot of the mental health industry does. If you're depressed, it's because your brain is broken. It's not making enough of the feel-good juice, and so let's get you on some medication for that. You're dealing with a chemical imbalance. And this is something that a lot of therapists will encounter. They'll be, let's say that you're a therapist. Let's say that you're a therapist and you have clients that are coming in and they're depressed, and you're trying to help them with their depression. And then they tell you, they tell you that it's the system that we live in. I feel like I'm never going to be able to retire. I can't take off sick days. I don't get a vacation. All I do is work. I have no time for friends. I have no time for hobbies. I'm barely getting by. I'm living paycheck to paycheck. And what are you supposed to tell them? What are you supposed to tell them when somebody comes in and says that to you? I just find it really distasteful that we make people feel like it's their fault that they're not doing well, instead of recognizing and more confidently addressing the societal issues that are making people sick. Do we have any questions in the box yet? Oh, we do. Okay, good. I was about to say, I'm going to continue on my anti-capitalist rant until we get some questions in the box. It's like, I could keep going. I could keep going, but I'll spare you. Look, here's another study. Mental health challenges related to neoliberal capitalism in the United States. Rates of mental illness have increased dramatically over the past 15 years in the United States. And this came out in 2021, so it's gotten worse over the last, 4 years since then. Antidepressant use is up 65%. Economic and social policies created a change in ideology favoring individualism, materialism, and competitiveness, which are not compatible with human needs such as social connection and community, leading to anxiety and depression. See, we've known this for a while. This is... the thing is, we've known this. This isn't anything new. But you know what's helped me not be depressed is getting pissed. What I've found really helps to get me out of a depressive slump is to remind myself of the stuff that I'm angry about and then going out and doing something about it. And the way that I do that is I'm trying to do that by educating people. I'm talking to you about it so that you can talk to people about it. I've been getting angry recently too, but it's also maybe not that healthy for me. If anger is like a flame, you don't want it to be a bonfire. You don't want it to just get too large and consume you. Keep it on, keep it hot, but it's more like a pilot light. You ever see that tiny little light? That tiny little flame than your water heater? Because the flame doesn't ever really go out. You just gotta keep it controlled. Because it's that frustration, it's that dissatisfaction that can motivate you to make some really profound and meaningful changes in your life, in your relationships, in your job, in your community. And so if we didn't have that energy, if we didn't have that anger, that frustration, what would we do? Fall into complacency? So those feelings are going to be there regardless. Learning how to control and manage them is essential. Sugar, thank you for the 14 months. You're wonderful. Thank you. I'm gonna put on something a little more upbeat. I like these tones. I find them to be very relaxing, but I find them to be sometimes a little too relaxing. So I need something with a little more... Let's get the lo-fi going. Let's get the lo-fi going. All right, we're doing questions today. It's a question kind of day. I plan on doing another presentation soon. I'm just waiting for some inspiration. I need to stop being so sad. Well, how do we do that? I'm not going to tell you what to do, because you know what to do. Let's walk through it. How do you stop being sad? If you are sad, and you don't want to be sad anymore, what do you do? What do you do? What's the procedure? What is the protocol? My emotions by focusing on something else. All right. Not bad. Not bad. How do you deal with hopelessness, feeling like everything is too much or there's no way out? I just want to say this. Everything is too much. One thing might feel like too much, but it's probably not too much. Just because you feel like everything is overwhelming doesn't mean that you will necessarily be overwhelmed in doing just one thing. Take it one thing at a time. Take it one step at a time, one moment at a time. Don't worry about every single thing that you're trying to do, everything you're trying to get done. Focus on that next step. The next step is always the most important one. I feel like hopelessness stems from feeling overwhelmed, and we get overwhelmed when we overthink. And we overthink by trying to solve every single problem at the same time. Focus on one problem, one step of one problem. If that's too big, break it down even further, make it a smaller step. You gave me some good answers. I got some good answers from the chat. And how do you deal with sadness in the short term? In the short term, Those are all great solutions. You know, count your blessings, practice gratitude, distract yourself. If anxiety is a fire in your oven, then sadness is a stinky old food item in the back corner of your fridge. We're going with kitchen metaphors today, okay? Work with me. If anxiety is, there's a fire on the stove right now. Freaking out. What is sadness? Sadness is the stinky old, not even sure what this leftover is. It's growing something on it. It's in this Tupperware container back here. Let's just try to put some other stuff in front of it. Let's wall it off. Let's not look at it. Long term, you gotta clean out your fridge. You gotta say, what the hell is this thing? Do I want to eat it or do I want to throw it away? Because it's going bad and it's stinking up the place. It's not wrong to feel sad. You know, if you have sadness in you, that's not something that's wrong about you. That's not something that you need to fix. That's not something that, you know, you can't live with. It's okay to have sadness, and I would say that you should have sadness, just not all the time. What I find to be helpful in dealing with sadness is if I'm starting to feel overwhelmed by it, I sit down with it and I work with it. I say, all right, let's go ahead and clean out this fridge. Let's see what's going on here. Distracting ourselves can be helpful, you know. Practicing gratitude is also a really important thing to do because practicing gratitude is what helps you to put your mind in a more joyful place. But you and I both know that to say, you know, I want to be in a joyful place 100% of the time, from the moment I wake up to the moment I go to sleep every day for the rest of my life, you and I both know that that is unrealistic. It's impossible. Eventually, you're going to stub your toe, you're going to spill your milk, a bird's going to poop on you, who knows? You're going to get a parking ticket, something's going to happen. That's going to bum you out. What I find to be helpful is when you feel that way, validate those feelings. Say, you know, I hear you. I see why you would feel that way. That makes sense. Allow yourself to feel it. And then when you're done with it, let it go. One of the things I found to be helpful was asking myself, how long do I need to be sad about this? Do I need to just take an hour? Do I need to clear my schedule for the rest of the day? Do I need to take a long weekend? I like shifting into a productivity-based mindset about handling this sadness, processing this emotion. So take it from me, somebody who's been chronically sad from the time I was conscious. You know, as soon as I was old enough to be aware of the state of the world, it has bummed me out. been trying to build a consistent routine to keep on top of things and make me feel more functional. That's a great way to improve your quality of life. Once you've got that routine in place, and that can take a while, building a good routine can take a long time. And you're going to be fine-tuning and tweaking that routine probably indefinitely. As circumstances change, as your tastes change, as your needs change, the routine is going to change. And so you're not building a routine that's going to exist for the rest of your life. You are building a structure that you can implement to have a sustainable, more routine-oriented mindset. I enjoy living other people's lives. I prefer solving other people's problems. Well, that's because solving other people's problems is easier because you are emotionally detached from them, and also you have no personal stake in them. So it's objectively easier to solve someone else's problems. The trick here is to view yourself as someone else, so that you can be the compassionate stranger that you're looking for in your life. I've taken on interests from people around me my whole life. That's life for you. We see somebody doing something and say, that looks interesting. I want to try it. Not having a clear and stable sense of self is kind of confusing. Well, let me just say, let me just say, you are unwritten. I can't read your mind. You're undefined. But it's just beginning. The pen is in your hand, and the ending is unplanned. So as you are staring at the blank page before you, take a moment to open up the dirty window and let the sun illuminate the words that you could not find. As you are reaching for something in the distance, so close you could almost taste it, release your inhibitions. Feel the rain on your skin. No one else can feel it for you. Only you can let it in. No one else can speak the words on your lips. So drench yourself in words unspoken. Live your life with arms wide open. Today is where your book begins. The rest is still unwritten. Draw inspiration from wherever you may. Draw inspiration from wherever you may. Have you ever considered that maybe you aren't supposed to know exactly who you are right now? Have you ever considered that maybe it's okay that I'm still figuring out who I am? Maybe it'll be that way for the rest of your life. And you know what? That's perfectly fine. 'Cause that's the way it's supposed to be. Space is pretty inspirational. Hey, Brendan, how's it going? It's been a minute. How you doing? Alrighty, we've got some questions in the box. I'm going to get to those here in just a second. Goody Cheeks, it sounds like you need to spend some time in the garden. Go spend some time in the garden. Or out in nature. Go to the park. Go listen to the birds. You know, whenever you're feeling out of sorts, just go outside and just pay attention to the birds. And then you'll think, oh wow, there's so many birds out here. I never noticed just how many different types of birds there were. And the more you watch them, the more you realize maybe being a bird's not all it's cracked up to be. You know, flying sounds nice, but then you realize that they're having to hunt for seed or worms or 50 other different things. They're just doing it all the time. They're anxious little guys, but they make it work, and they still find time to sing. Something Wild, thank you for subscribing. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Alright, we're gonna get to these questions right away. Nature's the perfect start. I agree. You know, and nature's where I like to go when I feel really disconnected from life in general. Because, as you've probably noticed, human civilization, in many ways, it's not the best thing for humans. It kind of grinds us down, it kind of wears us out, kind of makes us feel bad about who we are or what we don't have or our ability to accomplish a certain thing. And nature, on the other hand, when you spend time in it, you realize that I'm a part of this too. The more you witness the synchronicity, the seamless way that things will coexist within a natural order, and you realize by spending so much time focused on my human pursuits and the qualms of human society, I was missing the bigger picture. Here I am, living on this rock, rotating around the sun. I am the byproduct of billions of years of evolution. What do I want to do with that? Could you talk about how to deal with anxiety about things that are out of your control? For example, eco-anxiety. Ah, yes. Let's talk about how we deal with anxiety about things that are out of our control. Here's the thing, and I hate to break it to you, but when it comes to things that aren't in your control, there's really not much that you can do about it. It's not inside, it's not under your control. What can we do? What can we do? Well, maybe I can't fix all of the problems, but maybe I could be part of the solution. Maybe I could, find a local organization and I could help clean up the roadways, or I could, help clean up some of the trash in the city park, or, I can become, an advocate for a climate activist group or something. In Stoic philosophy, one of the fundamental beliefs is I shouldn't worry about things that are outside of my control. I have no power over those things. The only power that I have is how I respond to those things. And so if you're going to have anxiety about something that is outside of your control, and I'm not saying that that anxiety is wrong to have, I'm saying having that anxiety is actually the correct response. And so that anxiety is going to be there. But now it's up to you to figure out, what do I want to do with that energy? I want you to try to reframe the way that you look at anxiety. Anxiety is meant to be a tool. It's meant to help motivate you to do stuff. So what is that anxiety trying to motivate you to do? How do you want to handle that energy? Because your true power is in how you respond to the way that the world makes you feel. We have no control over the world. It's an inescapable truth. We like to try, though. We really like to try to maintain control over the world. But as history has shown us time and time again, that's just not really possible. So, that anxiety is going to be there because you've got valid reason for it to be there. Where we have control is in helping to de-escalate our feelings, doing some grounding exercises, taking ourselves out of our thoughts, putting ourselves into our body, taking a big deep breath, focusing on our senses. That's a good way to reduce anxiety in the moment, but ultimately it's not going to do anything about that source of the anxiety, and so that anxiety is going to come knocking again. So while I would recommend, practice ways to lower your anxiety, practice those grounding techniques, practice that deep, relaxing breathing. It really is, it's overpowered. If you ask me, it's OP. And then ask yourself, what can I do about it? What can I do about those feelings? Or, do I feel like I need to have a conversation with somebody about it? Do I feel like I need to go out and do something to help be part of the solution? Do I need to go do political canvassing so that we can elect officials who are more in line with our values? So yeah, your power is in how you respond to that anxiety. Because you have every right to be anxious. The state of the world makes me anxious too. And I would say it's good that you feel anxious about the state of the world because that means you're paying attention. So what do we want to do about it? That's what it's all about. It's about finding out, what do we do with all this energy? Is hoarding items for future hobby projects? And is that I'm trying to... I guess my answer would be, is if you're wondering about whether or not, there's an issue with hoarding stuff for hobby projects, I guess it would just matter like how much space you got for it. How organized is it? If it's filling your hallways, it's filling your bedrooms, it's all just in piles and none of it's sorted or organized and it's just kind of cluttering, then yeah, that's a problem. But if you've got a workspace for it, if you've got storage space and you're able to have it there and have it at least semi-organized so that you know where it is when you need it, then that's not really a problem now, is it? You know, hanging on to stuff for a future project is something that tons of people do, and I would not say that tons of people are hoarders. Hoarding is when this type of behavior becomes excessive, and we start to value our connection to objects more than we value our connection to other people. How can I continue on a path that's not supported by my parents? I know I can just focus on what I want to do, but part of me wants their approval. Think about it. Like, why? Why is that so important to you? And I know it feels good. It feels good to have your parents backing you up, but one of the things that I've noticed is that there's no pleasing some parents. You know, if they have a hard time taking you as you are and, you know, not making you feel bad for who you are as a person, it's like, is it ever going to be enough? Is it ever going to be enough? I originally was going to get my master's to become a physician assistant and decided to be a radiation therapist at the associate's level. I have a bachelor's already, but it's not a degree that I can work with alone. Anyways, I say this because they think I just wasted my time and they see me as an embarrassment. To who? To who are they? Okay, here's the thing. If they're feeling embarrassed, that's their problem. That's their problem. Because you know what? The world needs those people. The world needs radiation therapists. And guess what? Not everybody who goes into one career path, you know, is set for that career path for life. There's just such an expectation on young people to know what they're supposed to do for the rest of their entire life at such a, you know, critical point in their time. It's like you're a teenager. It's like, how the fuck are you supposed to know as a teenager what you want to do for every day for the rest of your life? That's just such an irresponsible and, you know, unhelpful way to make young people feel. And that you're a failure if you don't do the right one. Well, guess what? If all we had were engineers, nobody's gonna eat. If all we had were engineers, you know, we can't live in a society where everybody's an engineer. You need farmers. You need service workers. You need delivery drivers. You need people to pick up the trash. You need people to maintain the utilities. You need people to pave the roads, deliver the mail. Those are all part of a functioning society, and we need all of those people, not just engineers. There's just such an, oh my, this is something I've seen so often, it's always very frustrating to me, is that people just like put this idea of like, ooh, you're an engineer. It's like one of the top things. It's like, oh, you're doing so much good for the world. It's like, who knows? Who knows how much actual good you're doing for the world? Maybe you go into mechanical engineering and they're having you build some component, but you have no idea what the component is used for because it's under a government contract and it's technically classified. So you're only building this one little piece to this much bigger machine that you just don't know the rest of, because that's what a lot of engineers end up doing, is that kind of stuff, you know, just they have it built in many different places and then they all assemble them at the same place in order to maintain secrecy. So who knows? Maybe you could be helping somebody build bombs. Maybe you could be helping build missile guidance systems. Maybe you could be building components for, fighter jets. If your parents don't accept you, as you are, just as their child, then, like, what are you fighting for? You're fighting to win over people that are treating you like they don't like you. Anyway, I say this because they think I just wasted my time and they see me as an embarrassment since my brother is an engineer and I essentially have nothing. They don't approve my plans, basically. Do you think that there's any making them happy? Just being honest. Like, let's say that you did do exactly what they want you to do, and you do every single thing that they want you to do. Is that going to be enough? Or are they going to look down on you for not having a sense of independence and, making your own decisions? They're like, why did you never stand up for yourself? You're such an embarrassment. Why did you let us tell you what to do? Why didn't you grow backbone? Now, I'm not trying to say that this is your parents, okay? I'm not trying to say this is your parents, but I've seen parents like this who, it's like, if they, put one child on a pedestal and then they tend to redirect all of the criticism onto the other child, they make the other child feel like a failure, a disappointment. It's like, it's never going to be enough. It's never going to be enough because you could have done it sooner. You could have done it faster. You could have gotten higher scores. Doesn't matter if you get the degree. You got the degree too late. You didn't get it sooner. Your brother did it in less time. What are you doing? Oh, you got a high-paying job? Your brother's job pays more. What are you doing? It's never going to be enough. So do you want to live your life for you? Or do you want to live your life for them? That's your choice to make. That is your choice to make. If you can live genuinely and be happy and be satisfied for yourself, if you can live a comfortable life, why shouldn't they be happy for you? Because you're not a doctor? Because you're not an engineer? It's like the world needs more than doctors and engineers. Anyway, parents do this kind of stuff and then they wonder why their kids never want to call them back. They're like, oh, my kids never want to call me. They never want to come visit me anymore. You got one life to live. Live it for you, okay? If you can find peace and happiness and satisfaction, then that should be good enough for your parents. They should love that you found a life that was peaceful and it brought you joy and you're able to make your ends meet. You're not struggling. That should bring them happiness. You know what this reminds me of? And this is a bit of an extreme example, but this is from a story I heard the other day. There was a guy who he told his mom, "Mom, one day I'm going to win the Nobel Prize in Physics." And then 50 years later, he wins a Nobel Prize. It's a Nobel Prize in Literature. He won the Nobel Prize in Literature in like 1994. And you know what his mom said? He was like, Mom, I did it. I got a Nobel Prize. And she's like, yeah, but you said it would be in physics. So for some parents, even winning a Nobel Prize isn't good enough if it's not in the right category. This was the guy. This was the guy. It was the Nobel Prize of Literature in 1994. Who, with poetic force, creates an imagined world where life and myth condense to form a disconcerting picture of the human predicament today. Anyway, so yeah, for some parents, even winning a Nobel Prize isn't enough because, well, you said it was going to be in physics. This isn't a physics Nobel Prize. Anybody can get a Nobel Prize in literature? Where's yours then? I mean, I could get one if I wanted to. I just don't want to. That's for nerds. I wouldn't do it, but anybody could. You got yours in physics? I have the Nobel Prize in shit talking, actually. I'm a Nobel Prize level shit talker. Got my Nobel Prize from Twitch emote posting. Hell yeah, brother. It's a good one. I've seen your work. You're good at it. Fan of your work. Getting invited to play Darktide while I'm streaming. I'm gonna have to close out of Steam. Robin here. Hi, Robin. Everybody say hi. I wave. I thought that was me and it scared me. Steam notification? Like, oh my god, somebody wants to play a game with me. Ah! I've never been invited to play a Steam game. Well, that's what it sounds like. Sounds the same as getting a message on Steam. It's the same noise. I'm frustrated and angry. What is new? You know, we've seen some frustration and some anger from you, but I'd say that's far from all we've seen. That's far from the Robin we all know. This time it's over something more systemic. Oh, now we're cooking. I love systemic issues. I love being more aware of systemic issues because it makes much more sense as far as why I feel like shit sometimes. You know what I mean? I feel like a lot of people are walking through life feeling like shit, and then they're like, is there something wrong with me? Why do I just not get it? Like everybody else seems to make it work, but I can't make it work. And then you realize that nobody's really making it work, and it's actually a systemic issue, and it's not your fault that you feel like shit. There's actually somebody to blame for it. Feels good. Feels good. It also helps to channel that energy. Something more productive. Activism. It's become one of my passions in life is to help wake people up to the systemic issues that are oppressing them and recognizing that that's why you're suffering. Not because your brain's broken, not because your brain doesn't make enough of the feel-good juice and you just need to, dope yourself up to be able to cope with that. No. I get so frustrated. The way that so many people are made to feel like it's your fault, it's your problem. Your brain is broken. It's like, no, I've got a good brain. I live in a broken system. I live in a system that's not good for brain health. We're all aware of the state of US politics. I live in Washington state, which seems good. The state is fighting back against a lot of the executive orders, especially relating to ICE, since we have a lot of undocumented immigrants here working in agriculture, and removing them will do irreparable damage to the communities in the agriculture industry. Oh yeah, we're in the find out phase of fuck around and find out. They've been fucking around, and now we're realizing, oh, well, we're getting there at least. We're still in the early stages of finding out. Just wait until, grocery prices go up even more. Just wait until we've got produce just rotting on the vine because there's no one there to harvest it. I'm pretty sure my brain is fucked up. Well, then guess whose job it is to unfuck up that brain? Guess who's got all the power there? It's you, by the way. It's you. The brain has a tremendous potential for healing. But healing is best done as an active process. For a lot of stuff, healing is a bit more passive. If you got a broken bone, and sure, you just need to let that thing rest so that it can heal. But a lot of healing is actually an active process. You got to keep stretching. You got to keep your mobility. You got to keep maintaining it so that you don't get stiff. Anyway, I'm sure protest season is going to be very spicy, come March and April, April's going to be an exciting month this year, and I say that with a mix of apprehension and anticipation. I just have a feeling that April is going to be one for the books. And I say that because April historically is the most violent month of the year. Not because I have some sort of secret information about something going on in April. It's not the case. Lay off, CIA. Not because of that. I say that because year after year, April is always because people are sedentary and homebound during the winter, but April is when things actually start to warm up, And all of that stuff that people have been stewing over all winter long is finally coming to a head. So that is why April is the most violent month of the year. So I just wonder what this April is going to be like. You know, maybe it won't be April, maybe it'll be May. Maybe we just won't be able to wait and it'll be March, who knows. But either way, spring is going to be interesting this year. That's for sure. I'm expecting a lot of protests, a lot of demonstrations. I feel like locally and even regionally there's nothing being done though. I can't find any progressive political groups, nothing like that. In Washington State? I don't believe you. I don't believe you. You live in Washington State. I feel like Washington State would have representation for some of the most niche progressive ideologies in the entire country. Maybe I'm just flat out wrong. Oh, you live in... Okay, that's the problem. You live in rural Washington. Rural Washington is actually quite red. You know, the more populated areas of Washington are very blue, but rural Washington, it's like there's two Washingtons you're dealing with here. You know, and that's the way it is in a lot of states. It's like the more populated, you know, urban centers tend to be more progressive and more blue because it's people living next to people, and you realize that, you know, equality and fairness and equity are all important things when it comes to coexisting with people in a shared space. But more, you know, rural parts are always going to be more conservative. So what do you want to do? You want to start one? Do you want to call somebody from the city and be like, hey, I'm interested in, you know, joining a chapter, but I can see that you guys don't have anything near me. You know, just start communicating with people and see what's going on. It's like, maybe they've got plans to expand. Maybe you could help in some other way. Maybe you could become, you know, a local representative for a larger thing statewide. Who knows? You know, if there isn't representation for that group where you're at, maybe you have to become the representation. Ooh. What I would do is, if you're interested in starting something like that up, I would contact other agencies and ask them what they recommend. You know? Like, hi, I actually live in a more rural area and I'm looking to start, you know, a local chapter. You know? Is there anything you can do to help me get started? Any, you know? I can find remnants of such things from the past, but nothing I can actively get involved in, and it's enraging. Maybe even like a union, you know, even if there's not like political representation for different like those types of progressive groups, it's like there's always unions. You know, there's always union organizing. I feel like I need to do something, but there's no DSA, no indivisible group, nothing. But I know there are others out there who don't like sitting by idly while fascism takes over. Sounds like you're entering your organizing era. I'm currently working with ChatGPT to write letters to state senators. While you're at it, have ChatGPT help you write an email for the contact at local agencies in the cities. You know, those groups that you're looking for representation near you, reach out to them and see like, hey, you know, what can I do out here? You know, maybe they could send you out some flyers. Maybe they could send you out some materials. Who knows? Yet everyone just kind of stands around and watches. Why? Why are people okay with this? For the same reason that Nazis came to power in World War II. Human beings have a really interesting aspect of their nature. And this is something that you will see in other living beings, other living creatures. If I just stand still enough, the danger will go away. If I just don't move, if I just stay completely still. Have you ever seen a rabbit? You ever been outside and you just see a rabbit and before it runs away, it just freezes? Or a squirrel, before it runs away, it just, just staring at you. It's like, does it see me? Maybe if I just stay still, it won't come after me. And so I feel like that's what a lot of people do. They're just trying to survive. And a tried and true method for ensuring your own survival as an individual is to keep your head down. But you're not one of those people. Thank God. And that's what we love to see. We love to see fighters on the progressive side. We love to see some fighters on the progressive side. We need more like that. Like, you gotta remember that during, like, the rise of Nazis in Germany, like, prior to the outbreak of World War II, like, there were people in America that thought Hitler was popular. You know, there were people in America that were like, oh, I like what this guy's up to. But it wasn't until war broke out that they were like, oh no, he's bad. So you gotta remember that, you know, we are dealing with enemies within, and those are the ones we need to focus on. We need to worry about the Nazis at home. Did you all see? I saw this and I just thought it was, you know, it was one of those moments of just, it was a chef's kiss. It was, there was a priest that was speaking at a anti-abortion rally, and he did the Elon Musk. Should we just rebrand it for the new era? Should it just be the Elon Musk salute? Like, we know he's a Nazi, so like calling it the Elon Musk salute's the same thing. This priest did a Sieg Heil. He threw up the Nazi salute. And guess what? They took his license away. He got defrocked. Now, if only Elon Musk had consequences for being a Nazi. Now, what really fucks me up, and I say it that way because it fucks me up, just the way that these news outlets are just gonna beat around the fucking bush. A Nazi-like salute. Mimicking Musk's straight arm gesture. It's like, whose fucking side are you on, CBS News? Call that shit what it is, you fucking coward. That was a Sieg Heil. So anyway, a priest from Michigan was defrocked, which is the word for getting your license taken away as a priest. He's been defrocked. That's your word of the day. A good defrocking. A Michigan priest had his license revoked by the Anglican Catholic Church after he mimicked a straight arm gesture performed by Elon Musk during a speech earlier this month that some have interpreted as a Nazi salute. Oh my god, I'm so fucking pissed. Do you know how the Nazis win? This bullshit right here, this is how the fucking Nazis win. When you don't call them what they are. And you just let that shit exist and you're like, I don't know. I don't think he was trying. No, that's it. And guess what? He's getting away with it. He's getting away with it, you fucking clowns. He's getting away with it. He did that shit full-chested at the presidential inauguration in front of God and everybody. And people are still like, I don't know. And so, I've said this before and I'll say it again, if you don't think it was a Nazi salute, then you do it. Record yourself doing it. Send me a video of it so that I can send it to your boss. I'll send it to your mom, too. What did he say in the speech during that moment? He said, "My heart goes out to you." Apparently, he thought he was trying to make a joke. He was trying to make a joke because people were accusing, accurately, Elon Musk of being a Nazi, but the people who defend him will say, oh no, he was just trying to say, my heart is going out to you. And so he did it again, and he did it while saying, my heart goes out to you. It's like, that still looks like a Sieg Heil, partner. Nazi-like means like a Nazi, right? Nazi-like is just a way of defending Nazis. If you're gonna go out of your way to say Nazi-like instead of just saying Nazi, then guess who you're defending? You're defending Nazis. The only person you're defending by saying this is Nazis. Because now you can go out and do Nazi shit and people won't call you a Nazi. They will just say, oh, it was just, it just looked like it. They were just goose-stepping all around and waving swastikas around, but I'm sure they're, Am I crazy, or are these people the crazy ones? You gotta be pretty fucking crazy to be a Nazi. Also, I mean, this is far from the first, like, don't think that just because this person's in the church that he can't be a Nazi, okay? Like, I have a sobering reminder of history here for you. So anyway. The dude doesn't even really look that white though. Doesn't really look white though. See, that's the thing. Non-white white supremacists exist, and I don't understand it. I don't even understand white supremacy because I think that's fucking stupid. And so to be a non-white white supremacist is like compounding levels of stupid, and I'm like, how do you wrap your head around that? I thought he did it to make a point about Musk. That's what he says he was trying to do, and but you got to remember, it's like, okay, but you're emulating a Nazi salute right now. You miss spending time with Casey after she's spending most of her days in Marvel Rivals? Of course I do. But I'm also very proud of her for getting gold. I haven't played much ranked bronze, I haven't played much ranked Marvel Rivals. I'm still in bronze 3. She's outranked me. I hope she gets platinum. Why do news outlets have such a hard time calling a Nazi a Nazi? You know what I mean? Why is it that news outlets have such a hard time calling a Nazi a Nazi? Nazi-like. Nazi-like. They just say they're mimicking Elon Musk. Straight arm salute. Now that's the one that really fucks me up. It's like, oh boy. Oh boy. Even the liberal publication of the Huffington Post. Because they're paid by supporters of it and they love to hide it. You know what? I believe it. I'm really starting to see it. Hey, do you remember me? Oh yeah, you were here yesterday. How's it going? Hello, it's me, your uncle. You know, I proudly accept the title of uncle. When did facts become optional in reporting? Always has been. If he had just said my heart goes out to you, it would not have been a problem. Yeah, as it turns out, the Sieg Heil was the problem. As it turns out, throwing out the Nazi salute was the problem. Nobody does that shit unless they are fully aware of what they are doing. I'm not buying the excuse that they're just like, oopsie, it was an oopsie. Didn't mean it. It's like, no, you knew exactly what the fuck you were doing. Do they avoid saying it to avoid getting sued? I don't know. Maybe you're right. Maybe because I think that Elon Musk is trying to sue people who call it a Nazi salute. When I'm like, that's what it was. That's what it fucking was. What's really interesting though is that and I feel like these lawsuits are all just for show, like they're not actually going to go anywhere, because if Elon Musk is going to sue somebody for saying that he did a Nazi salute, then Elon Musk has to prove in the court of law that he's not a Nazi, and I don't know how well that's going to go for him. Well, we beat the Nazis once. Let's do it again. They didn't learn their lesson the last time. They've just been biding their time, waiting until it was okay to come back out of hiding. I thought he did it to see if there was a double standard letting Elon Musk get away with this bullshit. No, I don't even think he was doing it at that, like, meta of a level. I think that this guy was doing it because he actually supports Elon Musk. This guy was speaking at an anti-abortion rally. Our Nazi party is known for suing. You know, as shitty as things are in America right now, I feel bad for Germany too. I feel bad for any country in the world where far-right movements are on the rise. Can you, like, look back through history? Can you tell me anything good that was brought about by the rise of far-right authoritarian movements, or have they always categorically been terrible? The real thing to be concerned about here, and I'm just gonna speak, you know, from history here for a moment, is you gotta remember that Hitler's rise to power did not happen in a day. It wasn't just an overnight thing that now Nazism is popular in Germany. It didn't work that way. What ended up happening was that he took advantage of the hyperinflation and the economic collapse that came at the end of World War I, and he gave people somebody to blame. Is that ringing any bells? Is that ringing any bells? Because if things get worse, then more people are going to start adhering to that fascist ideology because it's the only voice that is offering them any solution, even though that solution is fucked up and wrong. Nobody else is doing anything. Not when progressive voices are getting stymied, not when the Democrats can't do shit, because the Democrats are fucking in on it too. The thing about the Democrats is that they like to lose. You know, they like to complain about everything that the Republicans are doing. They like to complain about how they're ruining the country and they're, taking away democracy and they're doing all these terrible things, but then they don't do anything about it. Anyway, we're all caught up with the question box for now, but we got into this topic because we were talking about what do we do about these feelings? What do we do about the fact that the world is going to shit and that people are turning to fascism? We do the same thing we did the last time. We stand up and we fight. If the fascists are out there right now and they're organizing and they're, recruiting, then what are we doing? What do we need to be doing? The neoliberal captured DNC would rather roll over to maintain the status quo for as long as possible. Yeah, they would let this country turn into a bloated corpse as long as it meant that they kept, as long as they were above the stink. They don't really care. They can just continue to make promises or just continue to point out that things are bad and things are wrong, but then never actually do anything about it. Because they keep trying to appeal to the right wing. They keep trying to compromise with the right wing. It's like, no, reaching across the aisle isn't going to do shit. Like, how about you actually do what your base of voters wants you to do instead of trying to compromise with people who are trying to dismantle the institutions that we've built? It's still terrifying to see the older generations voting for AFD like you've been there before. Right? And they've been waiting for it to come back, the sick fucks. They've been waiting for it to come back. Fascists are like cockroaches. What do cockroaches do? They hide. They hide until there are so many of them that they feel comfortable enough coming out in the daylight, showing themselves. Because now, at that point, there's too many of them. So yeah, a lot of these older people who are voting for it, it's like they secretly like it. Or now they feel emboldened, and so they feel more comfortable vocally doing it. Anyway, we'll be taking questions today, and we're all caught up in the box, so if you've got a question for us, go ahead and drop it in that box there. I'm talking about anything today. You want to talk about mental health? You want to talk about psychology? You want to talk about the state of the world and what to do about it? I'm down to talk about whatever. I feel like in the short term, the thing to do is to localize your efforts. Don't worry about the state of the entire country, worry about the community that you are in. Start making changes in your community. You have much more power and influence at that level. And then allow things to grow from there. We're not going to get the sweeping changes that we're looking for from the top down. It has to come from the bottom up. So what are some things in your community that you could do to make it feel more like the community that you want it to be? So, just remember that, under the Trump presidency, if there's ever anything that goes wrong, all you need to do is just blame it on DEI. He literally blamed you've probably heard about this, there was a plane that crashed into a helicopter near the DC airport. There were no survivors. Guess who Donald Trump blamed it on? DEI! At it again! Just as a reminder, you have to be mindful of people who just continuously blame the same thing for every problem that there is. Nowadays it's DEI, DEI, DEI. In Nazi Germany, it was you blame the Jews, you blame, there were other groups that were also killed in the Holocaust. They blamed them too. There wasn't just Jews, people that died in the Holocaust. They killed Romani people. They killed the disabled. They killed gay people. So just be mindful of people who always want to blame the same shit for all the problems. Like, oh my god. Well, this is American infrastructure for you. One of the busiest airports in the country, if not one of the most busy airports in the entire world, was understaffed. And one controller was working 2 positions at the same time. How does that even fucking happen? How does that even happen? How are you flying a helicopter and you're like, hey, there's a plane coming. Maybe we should move. And supporters don't even know what DEI initiatives actually are. Oh yeah, no, exactly. Like, they use DEI as a replacement for a slur. In their perspective, DEI is just a placeholder for words that you're not allowed to say. And so they use it interchangeably for words that they really wish that they could say. But they're not allowed to because people would call them out for what they are if they did. And so they use DEI instead. But what they don't realize is that DEI isn't just minorities, it isn't just marginalized groups, it's more than that. It's veterans. Is it bad if I address the letter to both Washington state senators? No, I mean, you can send them both the same letter, but you should probably send 2 letters. They probably have different offices. Sending digitally on their websites. There you go. Yeah, address it to both of them. What should we do? What should we do? Play some games, I guess? Oh, that's not what I'm about. I'll do that on my own time. I'll do that on my own time. Looking through my presentation library. See if I can find some inspiration. Do I have a presentation about inner child work? If I don't, why don't I? Oh, wait, no, I do. Your inner child. I do. Is it good? Might be. Look, yeah, this one looks good. You know, we were talking about inner child work the other day, and I thought, you know, maybe we could revisit the presentation about inner child work. We might do that today. How's that sound? We're all caught up on the questions, and I'm just rambling about politics, and if I continue to do that, my blood is going to boil. And I'm trying to keep my blood at just a nice simmer right now, you know? You might get all the Hasanabi heads over. You know, they need mental health too. They need a break from politics. If you just stay dialed in on politics 24/7, it's like you need boundaries. You need balance. So I proudly offer an alternative. If I had to sit and talk about politics all day as a job, I would have a heart attack at age 45. Just that chronically high level of stress. You gotta wonder what their blood pressure's at. As you can see, my hair's growing back. I shaved it all off at the start of the year because I wanted a nice fresh start. I wanted to grow it back again. As you can see, it's coming in. It's getting there. It's getting there. Still got a big fucking forehead though, let me tell you. Big fucking forehead. The lady complimented my hair in the elevator today. How did that feel? How did that make you feel? 117 over 68 with a pulse of 106. I'm doing good, apparently. Should I take mine? I have a monitor. I could measure mine right now. My heart rate's slightly elevated. Probably the caffeine. Probably the topic of conversation. The way I see it is the universe balanced itself out. You know, you had an angry moment in the elevator earlier, and then you had a positive moment in the elevator as well, and so now the scales have been balanced. Alrighty, let's revisit. Let's revisit a presentation. This is one we did a while back. This one's all about your inner child. How do we feel about the concept of an inner child? I feel like most people, at least most of us here, are aware and understanding of the idea. It's something that we're supportive of. But I feel like there are also probably people out there who would be resistant to this type of idea, this type of, avenue of thinking. There are people out there who might see it as a meaningless gesture, and I disagree. I disagree. It's a frustrating concept to me. Is that because childhood was frustrating for you, or for some other reason? The thing about inner child work is that it helps you to heal your old wounds. When you are young, when you are growing and you're learning, sometimes stuff happens to you, or sometimes you're treated in such a way that it leaves a mark on you. Maybe it's a physical one, maybe it's a mental one. But we carry that scar into adulthood. And what inner child work allows you to do is to revisit the nature of that wound, so that we can do some really deep and meaningful healing. I spoiled the heck out of my inner child, I think. And there's a time and a place for that, but then sometimes our inner child might need a little bit of structure. Sometimes our inner child might need a little bit of, you can't have ice cream for dinner every night. You know what I mean? Can't just let you eat hot dogs and potato chips. Alright, so if you are interested in learning about inner child work, or in just thinking about your inner child, this is the presentation for you. We got a lot of great info here, so feel free to make yourself comfortable. If you have any questions during the presentation, please don't hesitate to ask. I am more than happy to clarify anything. So make yourselves at home and let's get to it, shall we? I wrote this presentation during the era where I liked to start presentations with quotes. And I really like this one. It's a quote from Miguel Angel Ruiz, and it's about your inner child. The real you is still a child who never grew up. Sometimes that little child comes out when you're having fun or playing, when you feel happy, when you are painting or writing poetry, playing the piano, or expressing yourself in some way. These are the happiest moments of your life, when the real you comes out, when you don't care about the past and you don't worry about the future. You are childlike. So let's get into it. Let's talk about rediscovering yourself. When we talk about our inner child, what do we mean? What am I talking about? What comes to mind when I say your inner child? Is it the part of you that can have fun without caring so much? Is it the version of you that sees the world as exciting and full of new things and things to explore and things to experience? Is it the part of you that knows how to let loose? Who knows how to laugh? Be carefree? Something that got killed off by religious education as a youth? Guess what? It ain't dead. It's still in there. It might be barely hanging on. It might be clinging to life support, but guess what? You're the one who can go in there and resuscitate it. Bring it back to life. It ain't dead. Somebody in Casey's Marvel Rivals team said that they feel bad for you. Okay. And why are you telling me this? I mean, I'm not sorry for me. My life is pretty fucking sweet. So, I mean, do you have any other criticism of me that you want to reiterate? Is there anybody else out there who has something to say about me that you want to bring to my attention? It's the part of me that can laugh most things off. Yeah, there you go. That inner child, this is your sense of self as you knew it in early life. Think back to the time in your life where you started to come online, you know what I mean? The part of the time of your life where you actually became conscious. You became conscious. You kind of woke up and you realized, oh, no, okay, interesting. I'm in this thing, okay, very interesting. I'm only adopting the hat and sunglasses look until my hair grows back, alright? I'm settled in for the winter. I'm embracing a friendly lumberjack aesthetic. Roll with it. Sunglasses do have a purpose. They protect you from my piercing gaze. I gotta keep those puppies away. I gotta keep those puppies, you know. I could stare a hole through a piece of wood. I stared myself down in the mirror and my reflection blinked. Chat, think back. Think back. You might not have a specific moment in mind, but it might come in like let me give you an example. Thinking back to when I came online. In the beginning, it's kind of like bits and pieces. Like I feel like my consciousness was still developing. There are moments when I have memories of like crawling around on a carpet. I have memories of like, but they're more like just flashes and glimpses, I don't remember, having a full-on sense of self until I was a little bit older. And for most people, that's probably around like 4, 5. There's actually continuity to your thinking. Your sense of self is more established, and you are able to distinguish that I am something different from the people around me. They are not merely extensions of myself. I'm sad for my child self. Why? She has you looking out for her. Let me just say, if Cutie Cheeks was babysitting my inner child, I would feel like my inner child was in great hands. I feel my child is long gone sometimes. Oh no, they're in there. There's nowhere to go. They're still in there. Maybe they're hiding. Maybe they're hiding in the closet. Maybe they're hiding under the bed. When we want to reconnect with our inner child, we are looking back to a time in which we were able to express our full range of emotions without overthinking and without restraint. We are much less inhibited when we are young. And while our emotions and our processing and our thinking might have been underdeveloped and it might have been immature, it was unrestrained. And that's something that's important to remember, because we might be restricting or restraining ourselves today because that is how we have learned to behave. And so in looking back to a time in our life where I was more free in my emotional expression, and by reconnecting with that part of myself, I can help myself today to live a more genuine life and to have a more fulfilling sense of who I am. For many of us, this is the way that we existed before we were wounded. Many people are grappling with wounds that they were dealt early on in their life. Maybe it was a one-time thing, maybe it was a continuous, ongoing thing. But many of us are still carrying those old wounds. Those moments when we realize just how stressful and challenging life can be. Your inner child is a representation of the aspects of yourself that are vulnerable, pure, and authentic. That is who you are trying to connect with. That version of you. The vulnerable, pure, authentic version of you. The version of you that has no idea how to be anybody else but you. When you're a child, you don't know how to be anybody else. You only know how to be you. It's as an adult that we learn how to behave like somebody else. I immediately started to think about why. Let me just say this, there's no good reason for why. If you're having a hard time treating yourself with the same level of kindness and compassion that you show to others, there's no good reason for doing that. I have a feeling 2025, it's going to be the year. It's going to be the year that Cutie Cheeks is finally... And you've been getting there. You've been getting there, but I feel like you're approaching that, that next big level up. The self-hate is coming back up, and I thought I was past it. Well, sometimes it's whack-a-mole. Sometimes you gotta... sometimes it pops back up. But the good thing about whack-a-mole is you get better at whacking that mole. It might not be a good year for most of America, but I have a good feeling it's going to be a good year for you. Both the positive and the negative experiences that you have in childhood go on to shape your beliefs and your behaviors in adulthood. You can learn the importance of being kind and giving and patient and compassionate, but you can also learn to be fearful. You can learn to be avoidant. You can learn to be isolating. By tracing back these patterns of our behaviors and our emotional responses, we can find that connection with our inner child, because the inner child is the one that learned those lessons. We are the one that are continuing to practice what we have learned, but it was that version of us that learned it, that inner child. As we grow older, the reservoir of our memories continues to grow. We have this reservoir of all of our experiences, all of our memories, the pleasant and the traumatic. And these go on to influence our emotional reactions to things today. By and large, the way that we respond to things, the way that we react, is based on our experiences. Any questions so far? We've got some ground to cover, so let's keep it moving. Let's talk about something that's really important in healing. If you want to heal a wound, it helps to understand the wound that you're trying to heal. Whether it be an emotional wound, a physical wound, by understanding the wound, you will know how to treat it. It seems like psychoanalysis uses this. Psychoanalysis does like to use this kind of stuff, but the thing about psychoanalysis is that I'm kind of just gonna let you get there on your own. I'm gonna kind of like nudge you in that direction, and maybe I'll ask you some questions to kind of have you make those realizations. But this is taking that and it's moving it into more of an active, engaging process. But no, you're definitely right. Because this is something that we've known since the age of psychoanalysis. Psychoanalysis was the first form of therapy. At least the first form of psychotherapy as we know it today. Like, therapeutic approaches are ancient. There are things we've been doing for thousands of years. But as far as like modern therapy, we've understood that the wounds that you endure as a child are very often influencing the way that you think and act and feel as an adult. So let's talk about understanding our wounds. The thing about your inner child is that it is characterized by its, as we said, its vulnerability, its sensitivity, and a need for nurturing. It wants to be taken care of. It wants to be treated with kindness. It's a sensitive and vulnerable part of yourself, just like a child. And it needs somebody to take good care of it. Those experiences of neglect, abandonment, trauma during childhood, these can be wounds. And these wounds might still exist within us today. Just taking a moment to think, and you don't have to tell me anything specifically, but can you see that there could be some wounds, some old wounds, that are still affecting you today? Are there stages on how someone feels about a narcissistic, abusive parent that they cut contact with? I don't know how to phrase it. But for years, I could only feel grief and sadness and yearned for my dad, but recently all I feel is anger. Oh no, absolutely, because it's a loss. The thing about coping with a loss is that it doesn't matter, what your relationship was with that thing. It could have been a good relationship, a bad relationship. You're still dealing with loss. And loss, there are very often, stages to it. Sadness, anger, frustration. I think what you're looking for is relief. So let me ask you this. What lies beyond the anger? We have moved from grief and sadness into anger, and that's a normal progression. But what's after the anger? What's the next chapter? But what to do with all that anger? Like, want to punch a wall? Have you considered letting it go? Or do you need it for something? If you're going to take it out on your wall, by the way, you live in Germany and your walls aren't the same as the walls in America. Like, I wouldn't go punching a German wall. Your hand is going to lose. In America, we built our walls to be punchable because we've got a lot of insecure people who process their anger by punching walls. but I would definitely not punch a German wall. They're much more sturdy. They're much more well constructed. Yeah, don't go punching any German walls. Your hand's gonna lose. What I would say is that the longer you allow anger to take the reins, that is just you continuing, you know, to keep that feeling going. You know, it's almost as if you're actively, you know, and I'm not saying you're not wrong to be angry. That's not what I'm trying to say. I guess what I'm trying to say is that it doesn't serve you. It's like, what's the point of it? If I'm just gonna break stuff, then I'm just punishing myself. I feel like a lot of times we hold on to anger because we feel like we're gonna need it. It's like carrying around a baseball bat. It's like, I don't know, I might run into somebody that I need to bonk. But if you carry around anger, you're gonna find something to use it on, and it might not be your intended target. You might take it out on somebody you care about. You might take it out on somebody innocent. If the wounds that you are holding on to remain untreated, they will very likely persist throughout your life. Have you ever met somebody who's really old and they still, you know, seem bothered by something that may have happened 60, 70 years ago? You can tell it still bothers them. The thing about old wounds is that, you know what? They always say time heals all wounds. They say time heals all wounds. And you know what? Time aids in healing. And I would say that all wounds take time to heal. Time is an essential component of healing a wound. But it's not the only active agent in healing that wound. You know, you might develop scar tissue. If all you do is take time, you know, but you're not actually doing the work to help it heal. And some wounds merely fester with time. Like an infection, you know, eventually you just get sepsis. And so, if we want to heal to the most that we can, you know, we want to heal on a more significant way. We have to identify and understand our wounds. And you know what? That sounds kind of scary, doesn't it? It sounds a little intimidating. It's like, ooh, I don't want to look underneath the bandage. I don't want to see what's going on under there. It hurts. Time closes the wound, but the bullet stays inside. You know, I would always use that analogy of like trauma is like a bullet, and if you want to heal, you have to get in there and you have to remove the bullet so that you can heal properly instead of just healing around it. But I was told that analogy was a little graphic, and I understand. I see where they're coming from. But it's true. I just joined ACLU Washington. See, look at you go, channeling that frustration into action. We're very proud of you. W. Your early life experiences are what influence your attachment styles. I like in looking back at this presentation, I dropped that truth because this is true. your early life experiences are what influence your attachment styles. But then I just left it at that. I'm like, I should have elaborated. I probably should have elaborated a little bit, and so I will with my words. The way that you make and form relationships with other people is influenced by the way that you make and form a relationship with your parents or your caregivers or, you know, the kids at school, your teachers. Those early life experiences, those early life relationships set the tone for your relationships later in life. Now, that being said, you have the power to fix those if they aren't working for you. If you have an insecure attachment style, and I'm not going to get into all the attachment styles right now because that's a whole thing. But just know that you can have insecure and secure attachment. You can become more secure. If you have an insecure attachment style, you can become more secure. And healing those old wounds is a really helpful part of achieving that. I'm screwed. I disagree. If you need some optimism, borrow some of mine. I've got plenty. You need a little bit of optimism, you can take some of mine. Just breathe it in. My ear is getting sore from this earbud. I think I need a new earbud attachment. People commonly build emotional walls around their wounds. It's kind of like emotional scar tissue, and it's a way that we try to protect ourselves. But what ends up happening is these walls that we put up in an effort to protect ourselves end up becoming a cage. They limit our growth, and they prevent us from properly healing. So if we want to really heal, we have to open up. We have to feel some of that vulnerability. If we want to really heal, we really want to get in there, you got to let those walls come down, my friend. I love this broadcast, and I love you too. Thank you for the 33 months, B. Wayne, you sweet angel. You know, B. Wayne, we're friends on Marvel Rivals. We should play sometime. Who do you main in Marvel Rivals? My parents fucked up and weren't together when they had me, so it was a custody battle before I was born. Your mom told you that you were in the hospital, only allowed to be cared for by hospital staff for the first 28 days, and then it never really got better between them and that. Alright, so do you want a little bit of... hopefully this will be a bit of a relief to you. You had human contact. In those early days of your development, I would say it's more important to just have human contact, period. Now, it might, because you still have time to bond and connect to your parents and to other people. You know, it's not. Could it have had an impact? Could it have influenced your ability to bond with your parents? Perhaps. Could it also have just been the relationship that you had with your parents and the way that they treated you? That could also have done it. But I would say that, like, having human contact, that's the more important part. You know, you weren't just completely on your own. And just remember that whether or not it did leave an impact, you are the one who can heal it. I've always carried a feeling of isolation, and I just want to remind you that right now there are people who are feeling isolated as well, and they are having a hard time even saying the words. And they read what you say and they find inspiration in it. So take that as you will. If we want to feel less isolated, all we got to do is come together. Alright, talking a little bit more about recognizing our wounds. What are some things that we can do to help recognize our wounds? Self-reflection is a major part of it. Taking a look inwards. And this text is very tiny, so you have my apologies. The text is a little tiny on this one. Introspection. Introspection is a fancy word for looking inwards. Identifying those past experiences that may have left us with some emotional scars. Tracing that back to its root. Exploring our childhood memories and pinpointing moments of pain, neglect, or trauma. Now, this is some heavy work here, okay? This is some heavy stuff. This is stuff that, if you feel free to take time in doing it. You don't need to rush through this. You don't need to overwhelm yourself. Do this with a professional, talk to a therapist about it. Have them help you through it. Tiny text. I hope you can read it. It's smaller than my subtitles. By understanding those moments of pain, neglect, and trauma, we can understand where our pain today stems from. It's like finding the wound, or tracing it back to its source. Another important thing to do in learning how to recognize your wounds is to understand your emotional triggers. What sets you off today? We want to recognize what those are. What are the ways that we have emotional responses to things? Those times where we might feel anxious or stressed or overwhelmed or sad. Angry. We want to recognize how they're affecting us today, and we want to trace them back to those past experiences. It's all about getting back to the root of the problem. We want to connect our present reactions to those unresolved childhood issues. And this is what helps us to become more aware, and awareness is everything. I'm still too scared to do that. You don't have to do all of it. And I don't know if it's ever gonna not be scary, is the thing. The only time you can be brave is when you're scared. Now, I understand that this stuff is heavy, this stuff can be overwhelming, but you can take it at your own pace, You got time. I can also say that it probably will be less scary than you think. Things very often are. We have a way of hyping things up or building things up in our mind and making things seem much more frightening. Because you gotta remember this. You gotta remember this, okay? And this, hopefully this is a bit of a mind blow moment for you. I'm taking the jacket off because I'm getting heated. Hold on, you're not stuck behind an ad, are you? Can you still hear me? Can you still hear me? Any gifters? You can hear me? Okay, good. I'm hoping that this will be a mind blow moment for you. I hope that this will be a great moment of insight. When you think about those old fears happened when you were little. And when you were little, those fears felt really big. And so now, as an adult, when we look back at those old fears, our perception of them is that they're still really big, because we are still viewing them from the perspective that we did when we were little. But when we go back and we revisit them, what we come to find is that, oh, they're not as big as I thought they were. I thought they were much bigger because I was much littler. It's like revisiting your old school as an adult, and you're like, I didn't realize this was so tiny. This place felt huge. It's the same kind of thing. When you revisit something as an adult, things have a way of feeling smaller than they did back then. And that's because you were littler back then. And stuff felt really big. And so nowadays, looking back at these old wounds, these old problems, this stuff that happened so long ago, we still have the perception that it's going to tower over me. It's going to be gigantic. I'm only going to come up to its knee. But in reality, you can go face it and you can stare it down. You can look at it eye to eye. So they might not be as big as you think they are. You might just remember them as being really big because you used to be really little. Let's talk about journaling. Journaling is a great way to catalog our story. You know, it's a great way to document our feelings, our thoughts, our memories. It's a great way to identify patterns and to figure out the way that these wounds are still affecting us. It helps us to uncover the recurring themes in our emotions, our behaviors, and by recognizing the pattern and recognizing the theme, now we can work to change it. You can now see, that's what was going on, okay. Regarding trauma, depression, and anxiety, in my opinion, the ultimate cause of all of these is society. I agree. I agree. Because in many ways, we live in a society that is able to better take advantage of people who are traumatized, depressed, and anxious. There isn't much room for compassion built into the system in which we operate. There's a lot of cruelty cooked into it, and it kind of feels like that's the point. And so if you're looking at the way that things are and you're saying, this is kind of fucked up, it's because they are. Why is that? Because unfettered greed is what drives the world. People who will never be satisfied with having more money than God. It's never going to be enough. It's squirrel brain behavior. You know, a squirrel will pack away nuts for the winter, and it'll pack away more nuts than it needs for 50 winters. And it's always going to want more nuts. Has society not always been that way, though? I mean, we'd probably have... And when I say society, we look at a broader scope. There are definitely communities within our society that aren't that way. There are communities that are different. There are even, countries and cities and other institutions that do prioritize human dignity, human wellness. It's an important part of their identity. And so while it is an overarching trend in society that productivity is all that matters, infinite growth is what we are striving for, I would say that, if the world at large isn't working for us, then we need to build a world around us that works for us. You know? Think globally, act locally. Narcissism, a toxic love of oneself. You know, what I've come to realize and understand as far as narcissism goes is that narcissists don't really love themselves in the way that you might think they do. Many of them are actually terrified that they're not good enough, and that's why they work so hard to maintain this image of greatness, is because they need you to think that they are great. But deep down, they're terrified. I can't condone the way that narcissists cope and the way that they treat people and the way that they can just be so mindlessly cruel. But I can have empathy for them, and I can understand that they're just as scared and confused as any of us. The world is a frightening place. It's overwhelming, it's stressful, and it hurts. And narcissism is the way that they cope with that pain. Is it the right way? No. But I understand that they're just a human like me, they're just not coping with it properly. But they seem to win socially. Yeah, and that's because they're propped up by other narcissists. They're like, oh, I can just people who have a hard time accepting accountability love propping up somebody who also never accepts accountability. They're like, see, it works for them. They're at the top of the pile. Look, I could be there too. But in the long run, it really fucks us over as a species. Hello, I'm at 44 months now, and this is why I'm great, but deep down I'm terrified. I feel like if you aren't deep down terrified, then you haven't been paying attention. Do you think life would be worth living if you were the only person on the planet? That depends. Is there somebody there to feed the cats? Is there somebody there to play fetch with the dogs? If I found myself the only human left, but all these pets need petting, if somebody's got to pat those puppies on the head, I guess I'll stick around. And I guess I'll let them eat me when I'm dead. Multi-level marketing scheme? No, that's actually genius. And that is what it is. Narcissism within our societal structure is a gigantic pyramid scheme. It's multi-level marketing. That's actually genius. That's actually genius. And that is something that I do want to talk about in a future presentation. It's something that I had a note to, I wrote a note to myself to cover that in a future episode. A sort of narcissism meta-analysis, and just looking at like societal trends and why this type of behavior is so readily followed by so many people. I wonder wonder what differentiates the cycle breakers from the perpetuators. Self-awareness, mostly. Alright, I gotta mention therapeutic support. Professional therapy is often very much necessary and very much beneficial when we're dealing with this type of stuff because, as I said, this type of stuff can be scary, this type of stuff can be stressful, and we don't want to feel overwhelmed. We want to make sure we go through it in a safe way. So if this is something that you're interested in doing and you don't feel comfortable or confident to do it on your own, then I would encourage you to find somebody who could help you through that process so that you can gain that insight and start working on those unresolved issues. Working with a therapist, they can help you to navigate and process those complex emotions that are tied to our past wounds. When do the submissions get read? I'm going to do it after this presentation here. We were waiting for some more submissions to come in, and so I took a little presentation break. But we're getting through it. Let's see, where are we on this? We've only got 3 left. I got 3 left. Need to start journaling. I keep putting it off. I put my journal on my desk and I put a pen on my desk and I still have a hard time remembering to do it, so you're not alone there. I just feel like it's not really journaling season for me. Don't feel bad if you have a hard time maintaining a journaling practice, because sometimes, you know, it's just a lot to keep up with. No, I got my journal. It's right here. See inside of it? Too bad. Private. The last thing I wrote in there was when I got Twitch partner. I wrote down that it was a W day. I got Twitch partner. All right, everybody. Now, this is what you all came to see, right? We've been talking about your inner child. How do we connect with the inner child? Let's talk about how to do that. Because these techniques can offer some really profound emotional healing. Some really deep levels of insight and awareness and self-acceptance. And so I definitely recommend giving some of these a try if you are interested in healing those old wounds. Pet this dog real quick. All right. Some of my favorite techniques for connecting with your inner child are visualization techniques. This is just using your mind, using your imagination, your inner eye to reconnect. Can you hear that? Hold on. She's honking. Scout, you good girl. You good yogi. Good doggy. All right, visualization techniques. Guided imagery. This is a great way to reconnect with your younger self. So let's talk about it. What does that look like? It could look like just about anything. You know, the key here, though, is that we want to imagine, you know, embracing and comforting the inner child in a safe and nurturing space. You know, and this is flexible. You know, you want to find what works for you. For some of us, it might be, you know, I think back to my childhood room. But maybe for some of us, our childhood room is part of the reason why we're feeling wounded. You know, maybe we didn't feel safe in our room, and so find a different place. Think about a place where you did feel safe as a child. And if you can't think of one, then create one. What is a safe place that you what is a place that you would have felt safe as a child? You know, you're doing this all in your mind, so you have room for creativity here. But for me, my room works. My room as a child was my safe space. You know, I could go there and I could keep myself entertained. I could keep myself occupied. It was where all my stuff was. I could read a book. I could play a game. I could, draw, play with my toys, kid stuff. And so for me, I would imagine myself in that room with me as a kid. And there are different ways that you can engage with this childlike sense of self. What was it that young you needed from an adult? Did you just need someone to be there and to show that they were interested in you? Did you need someone to give you a hug and say it's going to be okay? Did you need them to tell you that you care about them? That you love them? So find a place find a space that is safe for you to engage with your inner child. You know, maybe it's at the playground, maybe it's at the park. It's your mind, you decide. But the point is that you are there to be the adult that you needed when you were young. You are reparenting yourself. You are being the gentle and compassionate parent that you needed when you were young. I needed an adult who could tell me that God won't be sending me to hell for the things I didn't feel like I could talk with my mother about. So you're actually right on the money here, because this is what we're talking about next, is we're talking about dialogue and expression. Engage in an inner dialogue with your inner child. Show them empathy, show them understanding. Tell them the things that they need to hear. If you needed an adult to tell you something, be the adult to tell you that thing. You're probably starting to recognize the theme here. You know, inner child work is all about reconnecting with that younger sense of self and showing up, being the adult that you needed, saying the words that you needed to hear. While it would have been nice to have heard an adult say those words to us while we were young, now is also a good time to do it. Be that adult today. And this might sound, and I understand why some of you might think, this sounds kind of silly, this sounds kind of childish, I'm not sure how this will be helpful, I just need to suck it up and just grow it. No. Okay, I understand why you might feel that way. But I would just say, just give it a try. Just give it a try and see how it makes you feel. Hello, how is streaming? No complaints. Doing pretty well. Right now we're talking about how to reconnect with your inner child. Another important aspect to this healing is to express those suppressed emotions that you might have. And a great way to do that is through creative outlets. You know, even if it's anger or sadness or whatever it might be that you're dealing with, those emotions, bring them out in a creative way. Art, writing, music. Are you an affiliate on your Twitch yet? Oh, I'm a partner, brother. I'm actually partnered, brother. What's good? No matter what you needed from an adult when you were young, that is what you need to be today. You need to be that adult that you needed when you were young. That's what this is all about. Reparenting. We want to develop healthy, self-soothing techniques to address the needs of that inner child. We want to be the parent that we needed. We got the parent that we got, for better or for worse. Now it's our opportunity to revisit those things and to make adjustments. To teach ourselves the things that we need to learn. Become an active participant in nurturing yourself. Your inner child needs to be nurtured. It needs to know that somebody's taking care of it, that somebody's looking out for it. And that's you now. It's up to you to do that. So do it actively. Nurture yourself, support yourself, provide yourself with the care that you may have been lacking as a child. I'd like to ask, what if those outlets are a part of your childhood trauma? I was often yelled at for drawing or wanting to learn a musical instrument. Even now, I try to tell myself I have the ability to, but those wounds keep me from moving forward. Then I would say that those are actually a great path towards healing. You know, what better way to show yourself that it's okay that I can do that than by doing that? You know, you can do it in a gentle, gradual way. You know, you don't have to force yourself. You don't have to pressure yourself or make yourself feel guilty or shameful. You can do it for no other reason than because you want to do it. If you wanted to draw and play an instrument as a kid, do you think that that changed? Do you think that that went anywhere? No, it's still there. It's still in you. And if you want to, you can bring it out today. You can tell yourself it's okay. You are the one who grants yourself permission to do that. Here's a fun one. Play and joyful activities. What do we know about kids? Kids love to play. And you know what's a great way to reconnect with your inner child? Making time to play. I'm so vulnerable today, I keep getting teary-eyed. Your vulnerability is your strength, and you are stronger than you may ever know. My hope for you is that you recognize just how strong you are. Play and joyful activities. This is all about reintroducing playfulness into your life. Maybe being playful was an important part of being a child for you, or maybe your parents were restrictive or strict, and there was no time for playfulness, and so you were missing that as a child. Not because you didn't want to do it, but because you weren't able to do it. And so, whether or not you were allowed to, you can now. You can reintroduce playfulness into your life. Engage in activities that bring you joy. Be spontaneous. Do things because they sound fun. Do things because you want to do them. You don't need any other reason than that. This is all about reconnecting with that sense of wonder and curiosity that we characterize with childhood. When you're young and the world is full of wonder and there's just so many unanswered questions and so much cool stuff to learn about, and you're finding out about new cool things every day, we're trying to reconnect with that version of us. That pure, genuine version of ourselves. And next up, establishing boundaries. Establishing boundaries is an important part, I would say it's an essential part of reconnecting with your inner child. Because if you want to protect your inner child from potential harm or becoming re-traumatized, we need to set boundaries in our relationships today that prevent that from happening. In reconnecting and understanding the nature of our wounds, we might realize that maybe some of the relationships that I am in are harmful to me. And in order to protect my genuine, authentic self, I need to put up some boundaries. Learn to say no when necessary. It's okay to make a priority of your emotional well-being. And anybody who tells you different is just trying to make money off of you. All like a Tom with 20 gifted subs? The madman. The madman. Calm like a Tom, thank you so much for all those gifted subs. Whoa! Whoa! You're blowing my mind over here, partner. Thank you so much. Hope you're having a good day. Ridiculous with the Prime sub. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the 4 months. Thank you for the Prime. Oh, we're on a hype train. Anybody else? Anybody else? Now's the time. It's the hype train. We're on a level 5 hype train. 90% of the way. Wow, Tom really juiced us there, didn't we? Tom really juiced us, set us up with a level 5 hype train right from the get-go. That's your power. Gotta wait until there are new emotes. I probably have emote slots now. Hold on, I want to check. I want to check because I'm a partner now. I'm like, do I have more emote slots? Okay. It looks like I have 2 standard emote slots. I have 2 animated emote slots. And then I have all of these like tier 2 and tier 3 emote slots, but I have no idea what to make for those. We should have an emote contest is what we should do. I've determined through extensive evidence and research that Calm Like a Tom works at the Federal Reserve and has been adding a zero to his checking account each month with no one noticing. Shh! 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 Let's spoil it for him. Thank you for that gifted sub to Leftward Ho. Hey! Hype Train level 6. Hype Train level 6. Let's go. I have to hit 450 subscriber points to get another emote slot. So that's pretty far off. But right now, I've got a couple extra slots. So if you have any ideas for emotes or something, you know, maybe we should post that in the Discord. Get some ideas going. Alright, before we move on and while this hype train rides out, I want to take some time to take some questions about this. You know, and we are gonna get into the question box. If you have a question in the question box, we'll get to it soon. We're almost done with the presentation. I appreciate your patience, but I do just want to see, what do you think about this? What do you think about connecting with your inner child? What do you think about it? Is it something you've tried? Is it something that you're interested in trying? Is it something that you think is silly? You know, what do you think? I want to hear it. I don't think it's silly. I think it is something that can allow for some really profound healing. I'm talking about like some of the deepest healing that you can really do. But I could understand why somebody who might not be that familiar with how helpful it could be might be a little bit more apprehensive. They might see it kind of as a waste of time. It's like, why should I bother? You know, why do I need to take time to be more playful? I got work to do. You know what I mean? Like, I understand. I get it. If you're interested in it and you want to talk more about it, just let me know. You know, we can talk about it in the Discord, or, you know, if there's any, like... I've done it before but didn't realize I was doing it. I think it's effective and I'll try it again. See, and I really appreciate that, because what you have shown is that it's almost intuitive to us. It's something that we kind of just realize that it's something to do, or something that we need to do. What if I want to reconnect with the inner child, but then other people say he behaves like a child? Well, that's what children do. What do you expect from them? What can you expect? I just read my first Alice Miller book, The Drama of the Gifted Child, and it's a little dated, but it definitely got me curious about this inner child business in a way I guess I wasn't ready for before. Oh, and I don't know if you were here when we talked about this, but this was something that we mentioned. When you look back at the problems or the conflicts or the things that you had in your life when you were a child, they felt really big as a child because you were little. And so they felt much larger than they actually might be. And so sometimes in revisiting things, you realize that it wasn't as big as you thought it was. It's actually much more manageable now that I'm grown. It's like revisiting your childhood school, or revisiting like your childhood bedroom as an adult. You're like, wow, this used to feel so huge. This felt massive. But now I, you know, have a different perspective on it because I'm a big boy now. Can I ask a depressing question? Sure. Fire away. Okay, yeah, this book you were mentioned, this was originally written in 1979. And this was an important milestone as far as like recognizing the importance of going back and like doing that inner child work and helping to heal herself. And the word gifted in the title is not referring to like high grades or like being a gifted child. Um, what they meant was that the gift that you actually have is that ability to adapt even to unspeakable cruelty by becoming numb. Our ability to become numb is a tool that we can use to protect ourselves, but, you know, when we turn it off, maybe we want to revisit it, maybe we want to turn it back on again. I don't know why I'm continuing to put myself through torment just so my family doesn't have to suffer. I'm worn down beyond imagination. Why must I feel like a POS for not wanting to endure hell any longer? This has to be some kind of wicked experiment or something. When you say on the spectrum, not curable, what is there to cure? What is it that we're trying to treat? If you feel like you're at the bottom right now, then you've got nowhere to go but up. Are there people in your life that you can turn to? Are there people in the life that help you to uplift you? If you're asking me what's the point is whatever you make it to be. That is your choice. I cannot promise you that every day will be warm, but you will know warmth again. If you've got nothing left to give, to help to push you through those feelings, then allow spite to be a motivator. When I was in a really dark, low place, one of the things that helped to keep me going was to continue to exist in spite of those feelings. My own stubbornness. I don't think you were put here to give up. So I hope you don't. So what can you do to make it better? They say hope is a dangerous thing because it prolongs man's suffering. In life, pain is unavoidable, but suffering is optional. It might help you to practice visualization. It's one of the things that I found to be really helpful when I was at my most depressed. Visualizing what would I be like? What would I be thinking? What would I be doing? How would it feel if I was just the smallest amount in the direction that I'm trying to go? Not all the way. I'm not trying to skip ahead. I'm just looking at that next step forward. How would that feel if I were to have that? Just a little bit of relief, a little bit better. That's how you build up that internal motivation to keep going. I don't want to be that guy, but I just know if I had no family, I wouldn't be here. Then I'm glad that they are here, and I'm glad that they are keeping you here. we're trying to find that path forward, we understand where we are right now. Where are we trying to get to? What is a realistic, achievable step forward for you? I've been stronger than ever in some ways. Each time I fall back down, it just feels like all progress is an illusion. You get knocked down, you get back up again. You get knocked down, you get back up again. You get knocked down, you get back up again. You know, above and beyond all of the things that are impacting you, I feel like at the end of the day, you don't want to be a quitter. Alrighty, we're going to move on from this slide. Let's talk about being the love that you seek. A lot of what goes into inner child work is learning how to become the love that you are trying to find. When we acknowledge our past wounds and provide ourselves with the love and care that we may be lacking, we are really able to heal. By understanding and connecting with the inner child, we have achieved something vital. This personal development and emotional healing from reconnecting with that part of us that holds on to our oldest wounds will allow for some of the most profound breakthroughs that you can achieve in life. This is the type of work that allows you to cultivate self-compassion, to break patterns of self-sabotage, and to build more fulfilling relationships. Sounds like a win to me. I was recommended your channel by a random Twitch chatter. Glad I found this place. Glad you found your way here. We're happy to have you. Welcome in. Make yourself at home. Remember that the journey to healing your inner child is a process. This is going to take patience. It's going to take self-compassion, and it's going to take a commitment to self-discovery. This isn't just a one and done thing. You know, this is a process that might take time as we continue to heal. Just as if you would heal anything else. You know, if you had to get a surgery and you had to get something removed from you, it's like it's going to take time to heal inside and out. If you feel that you are lacking in love, become love. It takes decisiveness and boldness to heal trauma, but it's totally doable. Agreed. Totally doable. You know what I sometimes find to be helpful, you know, and this is making comparisons between us and other people, and we say, you know, hey, don't do that, but sometimes it's okay to do. Have you ever learned from someone else's struggle? Have you ever heard someone else's story and
heard all of the trauma that they've endured and you think to yourself, there's no way that I could have done that. There's no way I could have made it through all that. One of the most frustrating things about healing yourself is recognizing that you, in many ways, are your own biggest enemy. In many ways, the only one that is stopping me from healing is me. Whether it be my stubbornness, my clinginess to my old, outdated ways of thinking, my refusal to show myself compassion and love. Ultimately, it comes down to me. How do I treat myself? How do I view myself? What do I believe myself to be capable of? I have a lot of love for others, but have trouble reserving any of that love for myself. You know, if you're making a big pot of soup and you're trying to feed everybody, you gotta taste it first before you start dishing it out to everybody else. So get yourself a bowl. You're able to show a much more sincere and genuine form of love to the people that you care about by showing yourself that love too. And so, in many ways, it's not the selfish act that you might think it is. By showing yourself love, you are able to show more love to the people that you love. So, at the end of the day, you're benefiting from it, but you're also doing it for them. You're not just doing it for you. You're doing it for the people you care most about. You like the soup metaphor? I love a soup metaphor. Love a good soup metaphor. You know, I can't help myself. I love a good analogy. When I worked in an office, you know, practicing mental health, doing counseling and that kind of stuff, I was kind of known for my analogies. It was one of the things I was known for. Are you dapping me up? Oh, there you go. There you go. I got you. I'm not going to leave you hanging. Sticking with the kitchen analogies today. What can I say? It's my, it's what I know. This may sound weird, but what if you hate yourself for not being more loving towards yourself? I understand why that would sound weird to most people, but I'm a weird person, and so it makes perfect sense to me. You see, when you operate under the understanding that your brain can have two completely different beliefs that contradict one another, and they can exist at the same time, it makes perfect sense. And I also think it's okay to take a step back from that belief and say, I'm being kind of dumb here. And I'm not calling you dumb, okay? I'm not trying to say you're dumb, But sometimes we got to recognize that our thought processes or the beliefs we're holding on to, we got to be honest with ourselves and be like, that's kind of silly. Maybe it's okay to start it as a lie if it convinces you eventually. Hey, fake it till you make it works. As long as you keep going, as long as you keep working it. I think that curiosity is also a valid reason to stick around in life and to not give up. You know, stick around out of curiosity, just to see how things go. Because there's going to be things that you didn't expect. There's going to be some surprises down the line. Things could get better than you even thought possible, but you'll never know until you get there. Like, death is inevitable. It comes for all of us, so I'm in no hurry to get there. I mean, I'm kind of just curious to see how it all turns out. You know what I mean? Like, I'm ready to. I'll stick it out for as long as I got. Sure, I got nowhere else to be. My two mindsets colliding are Stoicism versus Nietzscheism. Can't decide. Go with Stoicism. Of the two of those, I would go with Stoicism. The works of Nietzsche are just very depressing. Like, Nietzsche would say, if you stare long enough into the abyss stares back into you. And what I would say is, I'm gonna stare at the abyss until it blinks. I'm gonna have a staring contest with it, and I'm gonna win. Stoicism has a lot of flaws. I mean, no philosophy is perfect. Fighting monsters turned me into a monster. I'm like, cats have claws, brother. But cats can put those claws away and they can curl up into a ball and they can be cute. They can whip out the claws when they need them. Seeing the flaws is good. Seeing the flaws is good. I agree. You gotta remember that Stoicism was written by a bunch of, like, for the most part, just, like, pretty affluent dudes. You know, pretty privileged guys. One of the main philosophers of Stoicism was Marcus Aurelius, and he was the Roman emperor. He was a terrible father, but he had a lot of free time to philosophize. He was like, I'm gonna write that down. Be a monster, but like a Sesame Street monster, not like a real monster. Not like an real monster. All right, let's sum up this presentation, shall we? Everyone has an inner child. It is you in your most pure, sensitive, and vulnerable state, and it is longing to be nurtured. The wounds inflicted on our inner child are what shape our decision making, our emotional responses, and our relationships in adulthood. And so, this is why healing those wounds is so important. It has all sorts of effects in our current life, some that we might not even fully understand or realize. And this is why it's a process that you want to be patient with. You know, it takes compassion and patience and kindness and understanding to really make this work. Our self-esteem, our self-worth, these are significantly affected by our experiences as children. And if we want to bolster those things today, this is the type of work we need to do. In acknowledging those past wounds and providing ourselves the love and care that we need, we are able to heal and reconnect with our inner child. By healing our inner child, we are able to experience life in a more genuine and satisfying way. And that is a win. If you follow a Stoic approach, you won't see change in your life. It's very static and conservative. See, I disagree. There's this modern understanding of what Stoicism is, and it's really just not all it's cracked up to be. This idea that I have to be stern, I have to be stone-faced, I have to be unemotional, unaffected. Stoicism as a philosophy, at its core, the point and purpose of that is that I need to recognize what in my life I actually have control over. I can't control anybody else. I can't control what happens to me. I can influence it in some ways, but ultimately that control is not mine to have. The only thing that I can control is myself. That's all it is. It's recognizing that the only thing in this world that I have control over is me. And if I'm trying to control other people, other things, I have to recognize that I might be wasting my time. See, me on the other hand, you say you can't be stoic and against the establishment. I feel like I'm both. But maybe I adhere to my own philosophy. Maybe I'm a practitioner of Breganism. I wonder what is an example of a bad philosophy. I'm not a fan of nihilism. Nihilism as a philosophy is what I'm not really a big fan of. It's very depressing. It's we're all dust in the wind, everything will end, everything is impermanent. It's all right, Eeyore. If you're gonna be a nihilist, at least be an optimistic nihilist. If nothing matters, then nothing matters. The things that matter are the things that I choose that matter. I should try my best to have a good life anyway, in spite of the fact that things are fleeting and impermanent. I don't need to feel a sense of dread because of it. In many ways, I can actually feel a sense of freedom. My own insignificance in the cosmic scale is actually a blessing. You know, this is why I didn't get a philosophy degree. What you realize in pursuing philosophy is that eventually it just evolves into all of these niche use case scenarios, and it just doesn't help anybody. It's just okay, but what if? But how can you really prove it? It's oh, I don't know. Like there was a guy, I forget his hold on, let me look it up. I can't remember the guy's name. But he basically came up with this concept of philosophy that is basically just it's like you can't disprove it, and so it's almost kind of like a troll. But he basically said that, you know, if in an infinite timeline, everything will happen at some point, and so how do you know that right now you exist as a brain, a perfect copy of your brain that just manifests from nothingness? An exact copy of you in some far off distant future. And they're like, well, can't disprove it. Within the laws of physics, it's technically possible. Flat, empty brain in a warped fifth dimensional space. Anyway, the only thing I know to be real is what is real to me. In many ways, our thoughts determine our reality. And so if you want a better reality for yourself, a lot of that comes down to changing your thinking. Hey, Papa in chat, this brought me joy, so I wanted to share. Oh, thank you for bringing some for all of the class. Oh. Oh, I'll hold the phone. What's going on here? What sort of mysterious spirit is this? What? Huh? What a cutie. That cat has magical powers, and I'm incapable of being convinced otherwise. That is a mythological creature if I've ever seen one. Alrighty, everybody, we're getting back into the question box because we've got some questions lined up. Thank you for the presentation. I hope you all enjoyed it. If you have any questions in the future about, you know, inner child work, or you want to talk about techniques or stuff you could do or different practices to work through that, let me know. I'm happy to help. The Discord is a great place for those types of thoughts and questions. We've got some rooms in the Discord for that kind of discussion. So just let me know. Happy to help. The GOAT of PowerPoint presentations. God, of all the things to be known for. They're gonna put that in my obituary. He really loved a PowerPoint presentation. I'll be like, it was true. It was true. Definitely need one on anger in the future. Hold on. Hold on. I don't have one on anger? I don't have one on... Oh. Well, that's fucked up. I thought I did. Thought I did. Guess I don't. Oh well, we're all learning. If you have big obstacles to overcome, stoicism is of no use. Example, depression. See, I will disagree with you on that one. I found embracing stoic virtues to be very helpful in overcoming depression. It made me more accountable for myself. It made me realize that I am the one, like, there are things in the world that are depressing to me, but I am the one who is allowing myself to exist in that way. You know, if I want change to happen, if I want a better outlook, I'm gonna have to be the one that does something about it. Do you have one on embracing happiness? I have two of them, actually. I have two presentations on happiness because it was such an important topic. I did it twice. Alright, let's take a look at the questions. So, my girlfriend used to live with me for 2 years. She was there for major moments in my life, and I was for her. She needs money, so she door dashes to pay off her car. Eventually, it's not enough money, and she has to move back in with her mom, for it's closer than my house to the new job she wanted to help pay off her car. She moved in, started growing distant, starts texting me less, and now I have to wait at least 5 hours to get a response while she is door dashing. Now I know you shouldn't text and drive. I know you shouldn't text and drive, right? But like, isn't being on your phone in the car like a really integral part of door dashing? I'm like, there's no time for like a quick text or something. I'm not trying to imply that there's anything insidious going on. I'm just like, I understand that they're working, you know. I'm trying to I don't know. If I'm applying, you know, my own perspective on this. If I was door dashing and I was just out driving around, I would probably be using some of that downtime to like message people. That's just probably what I would do. So I don't know. I'm like, this in and of itself, but you have to like take it contextually with the other things going on. It's like you did mention that she feels more distant and you're communicating less in general. So who knows what's going on here? Let's keep reading. She hid her location from everyone, especially me. I don't know if she's okay. It's affecting me in a way that today I left for work an hour early to drive an hour to her house to find that she was not there. I knocked and fell in some mud too, and mud To add insult to injury. So I went back into town and checked all the places she usually waits to get DoorDash orders. I checked Walmart, the mall, Sheetz, McDonald's, Dairy Queen, and even the vape shop. Then I proceeded to drive around town for a while just to see if I could catch a glimpse of her driving by. I got home and I cried, and I didn't tell her any of this. I am deeply in love with her, but I feel like I'm insane. Let me just say, that I don't think that this is really healthy on either end. You know, healthy relationships have good communication. Healthy relationships don't put us into a position where we feel like we have to drive all around to go try to find the person. And we also want to recognize that I shouldn't be the one going out and driving all around to go find somebody because I need to see him that badly. You know, we have to be accountable for that in ourselves as well. You know, we sense that there's distance, but like that, it's almost like a clinginess, and we want to just make sure that we're not like unable to give people space when they need space. And so it sounded like, you know, maybe you were concerned for her safety, but I would just say that it's like the communication's not good. The communication's not good. And it sounds like there's kind of becoming a bit more of a rift. You know, the communication, you said it was better, but you feel like she's starting to grow distant and you're not communicating as much. And so maybe it's a good time to talk about that, to just see what's really going on here. Because this doesn't, it doesn't sound like things are the way that they should be, and so hopefully we can communicate and figure out what's really going on. For me, stoicism is cutting out part of your healthy ego and your emotions in order not to suffer. I disagree. Stoicism, and this is a common misconception about stoicism, stoicism isn't about cutting out your emotions. It's about recognizing that you're the only one that is in control of your emotions. And it's also about not allowing your emotions to overwhelm you so that you're able to operate from a place of level-headedness and clarity. Being stoic has nothing to do with not feeling. You know, you're not made of stone. You still feel your feelings. You just aren't overwhelmed by them. You don't let them run over you. At least that's my understanding of it. Questioner, I think that it's a good time to have a conversation because things just don't, and I hate to say this, you know, I wish I had a, you know, it sounds like something's amiss, you know? So I would say communicate about it, you know, just let your girlfriend know your feelings. Just let them know, like, hey, like, I miss communicating with you. I miss feeling that closeness and that connection. Because it sounds like there's just a lot of space in between you right now. And she doesn't seem to be able at this moment to help to close that space. You know, by not communicating, by not, you know, being available. And it's, you know, and I'm not saying that's her fault. I'm just saying she might have other stuff going on. She might have other stuff she's dealing with. But the only way that we can know that is to talk about it. So I would just talk and see what's going on and see what the state of things are and then figure out where to go from there. Because it sounds like right now things don't sound sustainable in the long term. Because I don't think this is a fun place for anybody to be in. You know, we don't want to be in a position where we feel like, I can't reach this person, I can't talk to this person, and so I'm having to drive around looking for them. It's like that's stressful. That's stressful and it makes you feel crazy. But in reality, it's like you sense the distance and you feel, concerned, but it's something we need to talk about. It's something that we need to have a conversation about so that we can figure out what's really going on. And since we've been talking about stoicism, and I'm going to get back to the questions here in just a sec, I just wanted to take a look at some of these quotes. Seneca had some great quotes. This is one that I use basically every day. I've used it on this stream already. We suffer more in imagination than in reality. No person has the power to have everything they want, but it is in their power not to want what they don't have and to cheerfully put to good use what they do have. Another one of my favorite philosophers is Epictetus, because come on, just look at that name, Epictetus. It's a good name. It's a good name. How long are you going to wait before you demand the best for yourself? Does one stop wanting? Depends on what that want is. And I feel for many things you realize that it's not stuff that brings me happiness, it's the connection I have with other people. It's my own peace of mind. It's my own resolution to my inner turmoil that brings me joy in life. There are plenty of people out there who have more money than they know what to do with, and they have more stuff than they can count, but they're still just not satisfied. Another really important voice in Stoic philosophy is a more modern guy. He's a guy by the name of Viktor Frankl. He was a Holocaust survivor, and he wrote a great book called Man's Search for Meaning. When we are no longer able to change a situation, we are challenged to change ourselves. That book got me through rehab. Hell yeah, brother. Pound it. My BFF just sent me that book. Wow, what a coincidence. It's not a long book either. It's actually a pretty short book. A 1946 book by Viktor Frankl chronicling his experiences as a prisoner in Nazi concentration camps and describing his psychotherapeutic method. He developed a psychotherapeutic method known as logotherapy. And, he emphasizes, the ways that a person can find purpose in their life. And that is through the completion of tasks, through caring for another person, or by finding meaning by facing suffering with dignity. It's powerful stuff. Hi, Josh. Hi. How's it going? How you doing? I've been doing some soul searching lately. Good for you. Good for you. Love a little bit of soul searching. Been doing a bit of soul searching lately, and I've decided on something. I decided I want to go to college, as I never got a chance to coming out of high school, due to me having to become a caretaker to sick family members. See, there you go. No right or wrong time. There is only now. I've done some thinking, and I've narrowed down to what I want to go into 3 choices. One of which is psychology. I have a problem with that, though. I'm awful at talking to people due to my autism. Let me just say, that is something that you can work on. It doesn't need to be that way for your entire life. I'm friends with plenty of people who are autistic, and aside from a little bit of hyperfixation into their own topics of interest, and maybe some behavioral quirks that you might not immediately recognize, you would never be able to know, never be able to tell. One of the things that I have a big problem with, and I'm not talking about, I don't have a problem with you, I have a problem with society. And the way that they will use the word autism as a way of making you feel like you're incapable or less than, and that is not the case. You just have a different set of circumstances. Maybe your brain works in a little bit of a different way. Doesn't mean that it's right or that it's wrong. It just is what it is. Talking to people is just a skill. It's like learning anything else. It's like learning how to draw, learning how to play a piano. It's probably easier to learn how to play a piano, if I'm being honest. But it's definitely something that you can practice and work on and get better at. And so be hopeful, be optimistic about that. If it's something you recognize you need to work on, then let's work on it. I'm afraid that I won't be able to build any rapport with anyone. Also, is it a good field to even go into? I'm second guessing myself as I see that you decided it wasn't really for you, and that makes me apprehensive about investing money into it. What if I'm awful at it or I end up not liking it as well? My problem with the mental health care system is I have a few, you know, and I still, like, I love psychology. I still practice psychology. I'm doing it right now. I'm taking what I have learned and I'm using it right now. I use it every day, not just on stream. I use it in my life. And so studying psychology just for the sake of knowing it and understanding it, it comes with its own benefits. You can apply it to so many different things because it helps you to understand yourself better, to understand other people better. You know, it's a really helpful thing to know how to do. Think about this. What if you went into a specialty where you worked with other people with autism? What if your lived experience could go on to motivate and encourage and inspire other people who are going through similar struggles to what you have gone through? It gives you a possibility and a potential to do a lot of good in the world, you know? Even if you're just helping individuals within your community, it's still a valuable service and it's still doing some good work. The work in the mental health field can be stressful. It can not pay all that much. But it can also be some of the most fulfilling work that you can do. You know? To just feel like you're making a difference. You're helping people's lives to become better. Also, just wait until you find out the score I got on the autism test. You know, if you do decide to go into psychology, good for you. The future needs good psychologists. The future needs good people in the helping profession. I'm hoping that in the future, the world will recognize just how important that service is and they'll start paying people appropriately. But until then, you know, it's still essential work. It's stuff that still has to happen, and hopefully, you know, hopefully it's something you enjoy if that's the route you decide to go down. Now see, here's the thing. If you are going back to school, if you are going to college, you do have some time, and especially if you're just getting started, you do have some time, at least here you do. Some places they make you declare majors early, but I don't know if that's everywhere. Most places, you don't have to even worry about declaring a major until like 2-3 years into your program. Like, you spend the first like 2 years in school just doing like general education requirements. You know, you got to take a history class, a math class, a science class, and, you know, just the general education stuff. And so if it's going to be your first year of college, you've got some time to think about what you like. So talk to your advisors, talk to your professors, talk to your fellow classmates, and just see what's out there and, you know, make a decision in the future. No rush. No rush right now. Oh my goodness, it's almost 6 p.m. All right. These dogs are about to start whining at me because they're hungry. We got one more question in the box here. Let's check it out. Also, questioner, I'm happy for you. I'm happy for you that you're deciding to go to school. Almost 12 a.m. in London, And you're up way past your bedtime. How can I learn to live my life without someone that used to be in it every day? Take it one day at a time. Also, the reason why I pause is because my answer to this question kind of depends on why they used to be in your life. Did they break up? Is there a breakup? Did they grow distant? You know, is this a friend that we used to be friends with, but they've, you know, moved away and we've had a falling out? Is this somebody that has passed away? You know, are we dealing with grief? Losing someone, whether, you know, by life circumstances or by, you know, if they have passed away, it's still grief, you know, like losing someone is still grief, even if they haven't passed away. So how can you learn to live your life without someone? In a way that is similar to how you lived before you knew them. Now, if they've been there since the beginning, that's a different answer. You see, the reason why I'm kind of like back and forth on this question is because it depends on the context for why they aren't there anymore. You know, if the person has passed away, then what I would say is you keep on living for them. You know, you cherish their memory. You know, they would want you to keep living. They would want you to have a good life. And so we don't need to be sad forever. It's okay to hurt. It's okay to miss them, but we don't need to feel that way or be overwhelmed by those feelings forever. Now, if it's the case of like a breakup or something, what I would say is it's a good time to start refocusing on yourself and the other relationships in your life. Your connections with your family, your friends, your connection with you. You know, the thing about life is that we're all learning how to live it. We're all learning how to live the life that we are given. And that's something that we all do on a day-to-day basis. So take it one day at a time. Don't feel like you have to have all the answers, because you don't even know all the questions. So keep your head up and keep moving forward. That's what I would have to say. Keep that head up, keep moving forward. We live life one day at a time, so let's take it one day at a time. See what today brings. Can you hear this dog? He's hungry. Atticus, are you hungry? Are you a hungry boy? Let's hear it. Oh, here he is. Hey, buddy. He's so hungry. He's ready for dinner. He's a hungry boy. Alrighty, everybody. It's getting to be that time. Wow, time really flew, didn't it? That'll be it for me today. We'll be back again tomorrow. Yeah, we'll be back again tomorrow. Hey! We'll be back again tomorrow with another episode. I hope y'all had a great time. Take good care of yourselves today. Show yourself some love. You've earned it. If you have a hard time showing yourself some love, then I give you permission to show yourself some love. Not that you need it from me. You don't need me to give you permission. You grant yourself permission. But sometimes it's nice to hear it. All right, everybody. Have a great night. Take good care of yourselves. Have some fun. And I'll see you all next time. We do never give chat a hug. We do. We do. What happened to the group hug emote? I had a group hug emote, but it's not working. Hello? Am I stupid? Yes, obviously. All right, everybody, take good care of yourselves. I'll see y'all next time. Stay safe out there. Adios, amigos. Peace. Keep your head up. Keep moving forward. You get knocked down, you get back up again, you get knocked down, you get back up again, you get knocked down. What do? Well, you get back up again. Because they're never going to keep you down. Thanks for being here. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for watching. Thanks for chatting. Thanks for all the questions. You're all so wonderful. Thank you all so much. I will see you all next time. Bye bye.